with the national anthem. So if I would ask you all to please rise and remove your hats. And the national anthem today is going to be sung by Gavin Bittner from Dawson, Nebraska. He's a Richardson County 4-H'er. And if you get a chance, his purple ribbon got a poem over in the static exhibits office. Take it away, Gavin.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
All right, we're going to get our swine showmanship started here in a moment. We have 194 youth exhibitors here today to show off their skills, their pigs, and all the hard work that they put in during their projects this year. Our judge today is Nick Hofschulte from Miami, Oklahoma. Nick is originally from Wyandotte, Oklahoma, and judged at Connor State College. And he's also judged at numerous county, state, and national shows around the country. Nick is involved with livestock production with his whole family and currently assists in operating Hofschulte Genetics and is co-owner of Primo Feeds. He and his wife, Holly, reside in Miami, Oklahoma, along with their 4 children. We're going to start off with our senior swine showman today, but let me introduce our superintendents. Our superintendents today are Julie Schulte from Pierce, Nebraska, Rhonda Herrick from Franklin, Nebraska, and Mikhail Blender from Beaver City in Furnace County. We wouldn't be here today without our sponsors. Our sponsors for Showmanship include Farm Credit Services of America, Don Peterson, the Nebraska State Fair, Nebraska Pork Producers, Beatty Genetics, and Parks of Nebraska, Kevin Watovic Show Pigs. We want to thank all our sponsors for their support.
Just a friendly reminder that there is no smoking allowed in any of the livestock buildings over the weekend. Just a friendly reminder, please, no smoking in any of the livestock barns this weekend. Thank you.
Well, it's a pleasure to be here today and an honor to be asked to judge your state fair, and really look forward to the next couple of days, today and tomorrow, of showing off what these kiddos have worked for this summer and helping you celebrate them and lining up your hog show. We're starting out with showmanship here, your first heat. These 2 young men are going to come back for our final drive, just a little ahead of the rest in terms of their turnout, in terms of the way that their pigs are presented, in terms of fresh skin and hair. Let's give all them a round of applause. We'll go on to your next heat. pick some more to work through for your final drive as senior showman.
In Class 1 Senior Swine Showmanship, receiving purples, Carson Haas of Box Butte County and Carson Miller of Burt County. Receiving blues, Natalie Wispelair of Butler County, Cale Foster of Douglas Sarpy County, and Barrett Harms of Thayer County.
We're going to keep back another pair in this heat, and I don't want to get redundant in saying that, but just skin and hair and freshness is super important for me. The way that they handle their pig, I really want them to keep a smooth pace, no stopping and going. Just personal preference for me. Let's give the rest of these a good round of applause and turn them back as we move on to your next heat and senior showmanship.
In Class 2 Senior Swine Showmanship, receiving purples, Briggs Klug from Platte County. Leighton Schroeder from Cumming County. Receiving blues, Lydia Donahue from Saunders County. Chloe Kessler from Seward County. Jaden Meyer from Buffalo County. Marini Vaughn from Antelope County. And Braxton May from Hamilton County.
Going to hold these three young men back here and bring them back at the end. Do an excellent job. The young man here in front of me, he's got one that's super fresh too. Maybe just like to see him speed up and get a little more aggressive in the way that pig moves out here. Like to see him put a little less pressure with that brush as he goes, and maybe just a little more attentive in that whip. But a really good set of them all the way through, probably the deepest set we've seen. Let's give them all a big round of applause. We'll move on to your next heat.
In Class 3, Senior Swine Showmanship, receiving purples, Hunter Creech from Scottsbluff County, Chase Hartman, and Anthony Haas from Box Butte County. Receiving blues, Wyatt Cook from Kimball Banner County, Jagger Phillips from Seward County, Kaylee Minnick from Webster County, and Emma Bexera from Hamilton County.
Going to keep another pair of them in this class. Two young ladies here. A young man still doing an excellent job. Just like to see this gilt a little fresher hided. Like to see the young lady maybe just get a little more comfortable in terms of her posture with that pig. Young lady here didn't shut her gate back. Does a good job. Maybe gets a little handsy with that brush from time to time. But the pig's looking great. Got a nice gilt there as well. Looking forward to getting into the breeding gilts today. Congratulations to you kids. We're going to move on to the next heat.
In Class 4, Senior Swine Showman, receiving purples, Alexis Warner from Washington County, Aiden Velasco from Odo County. Receiving blues, Breely Mosser from Thurston County, Rylan Johnson from Kearney County, and Carson Lane from Douglas Sarpy County.
We're going to pick three back in this heat. Let's congratulate the rest of these kids as we let them leave here. Doing a great job. Just minute differences in this showmanship deal on the pig side these days. It's just really splitting hairs on these kids. All of them doing a great job.
In Class 5 Senior Showmanship, Kylie Hackbart from Saline County receiving purple. Also receiving purple, Mason Yonda of Howard County. And a third purple, Taryn Sudik of Saunders County. Receiving blues, Kyson Bose of Harlan County. Chloe Cutlers of Lancaster County. Bryce Garacki of Johnson County. Larissa Vaughn of Antelope County. And Hayden Schroeder of Cumming County.
Keep 3 back in this heat, real deep heat. Let's give them all a real good round of applause. Good kids, good showmen here with good pigs.
In Class 6 Senior Swine Showmanship, receiving purples, Bodie Carruthers from Howard County, Ava Carnop from Burt County, and Lane Mahaffey from Dodge County. Receiving blues, Rachel Cook from Lancaster County, Reese Harms from Thayer County, Annalyn Beach from Odo County, and Grace Wilkie from Lincoln County.
Another good group of kids here, probably one of the deepest heats that we've had, and we've got some kids that are doing a good job driving their pigs. Maybe just a skin and hair issue. I'd like to freshen this thing up down there on his legs to make him look a little more fit out here and appropriate. A young man here's got one that's just a little slicker and just maybe just a little different in the way that he moves, which makes it difficult to kind of get in a rhythm out here. Then we've got some skin and hair issue throughout there. Young man over there with the belted pig does a good job, just maybe got a little red on his white there, takes away from his appearance. But to me, the work at home with skin and hair is super important when we're talking about showmanship. That's why I put so much emphasis on it. But let's give him a round of applause. Really deep heat here that we're going to go into. Your next one for the seniors. Congratulations.
In Class 7, Senior Swine Showmanship, receiving purples, Lila Krupicka from Lincoln County, Garrett Ruth from Butler County, and Eli Ritter from Cumming County. Receiving blues, Micah Lewis from Buffalo County, Tate Priest from Burt County, Brody Lane from Douglas Sarpy County, Dalton Shotkowski from Lancaster County, Marissa Palm from Saunders County, and Bo Wells from Valley County.
Going to keep 3 out of here as well. Young lady here does a good job. Maybe just a little more aggressive in her posture and the way that she moves with that pig. Didn't all the way shut her gate when she come out. Just minute things that split these showmen when we get into these seniors. And just like to freshen the rest of these up in terms of their presentation. Congratulations. Good job as we move on to your next heat here.
In Class 8, Senior Swine Showmanship, receiving purples, Jolie Clement from Saunders County, Trey Cook from Kimball Banner County, Kaylee Ruth from Butler County. Receiving blues, Connor Oberg from Frontier County, Addison Bates from Odo County, Olivia Beal from Brown Kepaha Rock counties, Molly Weber from Johnson County. Here in our North Show Ring, we have the semifinalists from classes 1 through 4. These are the showmen receiving purple ribbons in classes 1 through 4. We will follow this with the semifinal from classes 5 through 8 in our South Show Ring. Our judge today is Nick Hoff-Schulte from Wyandotte, Oklahoma. Nick judged at Connor State College and has judged numerous county, state, and national shows across the country. Nick is involved in livestock with his family and assists in operating Hoff-Schulte Genetics, as well as co-owner of Primo Feeds. Nick lives in Miami, Oklahoma with his wife Holly and 4 children.
And for your first 4 classes, I'm going to narrow it down to these 4 that I've kept over here, and all these kids doing a great job. It's just minute differences, and let's give them a round of applause. Great set of kids. Young lady right here does a great job. Just like to see that pig maybe pick up the pace. Kind of takes away from her fluidity out here. Young man here kind of had a little step up coming out of the gate. Maybe just not quite as smooth. And maybe some of them, like the young man here, does a great job. Just wants to drop that head every now and then. Doesn't keep as consistent as some. And some of these pigs, you know, starting to wear down, work against their partner. But all of them doing a great job. Congratulations, kids. My commendance to you for sure.
We're going to move now into our second semifinals. These are the purple ribbons from classes 5 through 8 here in the South Show Ring. After we have completed this semifinals class, we will move to our championship drive for senior swine showmanship, which will be in the North Ring.
way tight group and definitely deep group over here. And let's give them all a round of applause, doing an excellent job. Just minute differences, how they hit you coming out, how they hit you going side to side, but all of them got the gist down. Just a really good group of kids. My compliments to you for sure.
As we get prepared here for our senior showmanship championship drive here in the North Show Ring, we need to be cognizant of our sponsors. We want to thank our sponsors for the showmanship show today, and they are Farm Credit Services of America and Don Peterson. If you run into one of these sponsors, give them a thank you for all they did to support these youth. We're going to be moving over here to the North Show Ring for our championship drive. These 4-H exhibitors have been receiving a card as they leave the ring that's kind of like a business card with a QR code on it. That is from our College of Ag Sci Natural Resources, and if they complete the QR code little survey on the back and get that stamped by either the livestock office or Deb Van Overbeek, who's handing out awards here in the ring, they can get a free ice cream.
Well, just super impressed with your senior showman, and we get to start out with the oldest ones, so we set the bar high here for sure. And I'm far from just an expert in terms of showmanship judging, but I know what I like, and I know how you can grab the judge's attention is so important. I asked the top five just a simple question, what their pig was out of. These two are the ones that answered it correctly and knew it. I think that's something that's pretty simple to know when you're showing these pigs. The young lady that's going to win this today is the young lady. Congratulations. She's just a little smoother in her transitions for me and keeps that thing so calm and collected, you know. And he's not the best structured animal in the world, but she keeps him calm, moving at a really good pace. You can tell she spent a lot of miles with that thing, getting him to train, to judge, to go and do what she wants him to do out here, and just really calm, cool, and collected. She wasn't the first one that got pinned over there. She was probably about the third or fourth one and kept her composure, didn't show any kind of madness or anything like that from not getting pinned quick, and that's something that I really look at and really like. Young man's going to be second, maybe just one that has a harder time getting that gilt turn correctly and getting her out here in big circles in terms of being very smooth. Just thought the young lady was a notch smoother in the way she turns and transitions out here than the young man. Young lady here does an excellent job. Could drive hogs all day long for sure. Didn't know what her pig was out of. Just would like to see her know that. And maybe one that got a little aggressive with the whip from time to time as the drive went on. But a pig that's very well fit, very well driven. Young lady's put a lot of time and effort into him, you can tell. Same goes for the young man. He didn't know what his pig was out of, but just one that just never really messed up out here and kind of kept moving his way up. Like the way that his pig drives fast and he keeps control of it, but just one there that's got good posture. Looks like he fits good with that pig. Very comfortable out here as well. Same goes for the young man next. Really does an excellent job. Didn't know what his gilt was out of, but man, I love his form. I love his posture. I love the way he fits with that pig and is so comfortable out here. That's why he got up in the mix there. Young man coming next does a great job. Really got a good fit, cool-looking barra. Just kind of gave out on you throughout the drive. It's just part of it, showmanship. We can't really pick how our partner's going to act, and that pig got a little tight and just got to acting up on you, and I've got to place him today. But you do an excellent job driving your barra. Same goes for the young man coming next, one that the pig just kind of got a little bit squeamish out here on him, and he kind of had to start hitting her a little harder than I would like to see, but he does a great job. His pig looks fit. Same goes for you, young man. Your pig just got a little growly on you, but I love the way your pig turns out. He's ready to pounce out of that gate, and I really like the way that you've trained him to do that. And my hat's off to you for that. Another young man that comes next does a great job. Maybe just gets a little fast and aggressive on the whip from time to time for me. Maybe overdoes it a shot from time to time, but excellent in terms of getting that thing drove out here. Let's put our hands together for all this senior showman. Really, really tough class of kids. Congratulations. Very, very impressed.
Our grand champion senior showman today is Lila Krupicka from Lincoln County. Our reserve champion senior showman is Anthony Haas from Box Butte County. In third place, Kylie Hackbart from Saline County. In fourth, Chase Hartman from I don't know where. And in fifth, Briggs Klug from Platte County.
We're going to keep quite a few more, and these intermediates I know are going to be tough. This is a group of kids here. You're at the right age where you still look right with the pig. You're not too tall and too big up next to it. So this is a really impressive first heat. Got a lot of good kids still out here. Maybe just the turnout or the way they handled the ring out here didn't get them a pin. But let's congratulate them all. Really good class to start our intermediates off with.
In Class 1, Intermediate Swine Showmanship, receiving purples, Raya Lavick from Butler County, Trampus Carr from Lincoln County, and Allie Ritter from Cumming County. Receiving blues, Bristol Woolsey from Seward County, Eliza Divish from Saunders County, Cameron Haas from Box Butte County, and Quinn Reeson from Hamilton County.
Got three we're going to pin back here, and another good group here. Maybe just not quite the intensity from these others. Young lady's got a nice bear, does a good job with showing him. Just like to see him fresher in terms of his skin and hair. Congratulations, you kids. We move on to this next heat here.
In Class 2, Intermediate Swine Showmanship, receiving purples, Braden Schaefersman from Dodge County, Brayson Miller from Merritt County, and Miles Babcock from Custer County. Receiving blues, Jenna Peterson from Kearney County, Elia Beach from Otoe County, Noah Roth from Hall County, and Barrett Nodlinski from Perkins County.
Got to pin another 3. Really good heat here. Maybe not the control in some of these. I didn't pin. Young lady there's got a real fit-looking gilt. Just like to see her come on and get her showed and get her going. Young man here's got one that's a little slower. He's got to be a little tougher on with the whip. But a nice set here. Let's congratulate them all. We'll move them on out.
In Class 3 Intermediate Swine Showmanship, receiving purples, Allie Cook from Kimball Banner County, Baker Krupicka from Lincoln County, and Marissa Yonda from Howard County. Receiving blues, Jamison Prince from Buffalo County, Jalen McDermott from Perkins County, and Audrey Zemek from Merritt County.
Going to cut these in half. Got 3 good ones that we pinned back here and another 3 that we didn't. Just maybe need to tweak it a little different in terms of their turnout and the way they're moving out here and their speed, but really doing a great job still yet. Still got some quality here. Congratulations, kids.
In Class 4, Intermediate Swine Showmanship. Receiving purples, Gemma Clement from Saunders County. Kaisley Raber from Cass County. And Henry Adams from Scottsbluff County. Receiving blues, Tinley Spees from Howard County. Trevin Stuke from Saline County. And Lane Welch from Frontier County.
To go ahead and keep 3 back, and just the ones that kind of have the more control out here in terms of the way they manage their pig in the ring. Let's congratulate the other 2 here, and we'll move on to your next heat.
In Class 5, Intermediate Swine Showmanship. Receiving purples, Hadley Carruthers from Howard County. Isaac Snyder from Red Willow County. And Hadley Dunklaw from Wayne County. Receiving blues, Bowen Bridges from Johnson County. And Kuiper Vaughn from Phelps County.
Another nice group here that's still got some out here that are doing a really good job, maybe just skin and hair that kind of sorts them up for me. Let's give them all a round of applause as we exit them and move on to our next heat of intermediates.
In Class 6, Intermediate Swine Showmanship, receiving purples, Charlie Winters from Hamilton County, Colin Schmidt from Fillmore County, and Blake Day from Buffalo County. Receiving blues, Sam Siegfried from Red Willow County, Madden Harms from Thayer County, Landon Johnson from Kearney County, and Isaac Stuke from Saline County.
We're going to keep this pair back here in a really sharp pair that we have at the top of this class. And we've got a few more that are doing a really good job. Young man here in front of me, I like your style. I'd like to freshen that gilt skin and hair up to get you a pin. And young lady over here has got a really good fresh barra. It's got good skin and hair. Just maybe like to see you with a little more ring awareness out here, but a nice job as well. Young man over on the far side does a good job. Like to freshen that thing up. Really fresh one here. Just maybe like to get a little more speed, a little more fluidity out here. But really good job. Let's give them all a round of applause as we news on to your next heat.
In Class 7, Intermediate Swine Showmanship, receiving purples, Trevin Miloshek from Saunders County, Caleb Hackbart from Saline County. Receiving blues, Haley Garacki from Johnson County, Isaiah Rauert from Washington County, Paisley Winters from Hamilton County, and Landon Nodlinski from Perkins County.
Going to keep another 3 back and a real good top 3 here. Love to see them when we get them back out. Really good 3 here, too. Maybe not quite the control. This young man's pig just kind of wanting to stop and go on him. Young man there does an excellent job in terms of his form. Just like to see him catch a gear, maybe speed him up a little bit. But a real good class here. Congratulations to all you kids.
We're starting our semifinal drive on the south ring. That should be only if you receive purples in classes 1 through 4. Classes 5 through 8 will be in the north show ring. In Class 8, Intermediate Swine Showmanship, receiving purples, Brooklyn Creech from Scotts Bluff County, Brooke Lutkenhouse from Saunders County, and Riker Kellums from Cass County. Receiving blues, Devin Dosey from Hamilton County, Ty Valdez from Custer County, and Hunter Anderson from Douglas Sarpy County. Following our semifinals in classes 1 through 4, which we're doing right here in the South Show Ring, we're going to do our second semifinal for intermediate swine showmanship for classes 5 through 8 in the North Show Ring. And then we're going to return back to the South Show Ring for our intermediate championship drive for intermediate swine showmanship.
Okay, I'm going to stick with these over here, these 5 that I have pinned back, and just a good deep set of intermediates that we have here. Maybe just not the total package like we have in that we've pinned, and all of them got pretty good skin and hair and are doing a good job. Maybe just posture and speed, and maybe just their style is not quite mine, but guarantee I'd let you all drive pigs for me. Y'all do an outstanding job. Let's put our hands together for these kids. We'll move on to your next semifinal. We'll keep 6 back from this heat, and just minute things again. Young man here does a great job. His pig just kind of acting up on him here, wanting to put her head down. Young man over there does a really good job. Got a really fresh barra. Maybe not quite the posture I'd like to see. Just like to see you maybe get a little more comfortable out here, and then just maybe some minute differences, stop and goes. I'd like to see the red gilt maybe a little darker hided to make her fresher appearing. But nice set of kids, all doing an excellent job. Let's put our hands together for these, and we'll pick you a champion intermediate.
As we get prepared here for our championship drive of intermediate swine showmanship, it's going to be here in the South Show Ring. Our judge today is Nick Hoff-Schulte of Miami, Oklahoma. We'd like to thank our sponsors for showmanship today, Farm Credit Services of America and Don Peterson. our 4-H breeding swine show will start 15 minutes after the conclusion of our showmanship show today. We will be taking a 15-minute break at the conclusion of showmanship between that and the breed and gilt show.
Man, this is a incredible heat of showmen. Let's put our hands together for all these showmen here. You throw them anywhere, they're all going to be placed differently, but this is my top three, and it's splitting hairs, let me tell you. There's one of them, I think, that just stood out for ring management, really done an excellent job of getting out of the way, and just total smooth operator. Young man here in the center, he's going to win this thing. Good job. From there, I think it gets closer. I think the one that most closely follows his style, maybe not quite as intense at times, but really, really does an excellent job. Young man here in the center is going to be second. Congratulations. Young man with the red barrel really hit me hard when he come out over there, and he's got a great turnout that he does, and really comes at you strong. That pig maybe just wanted to stop and go a little more than the others, but just an excellent job controlling that hog and getting him drove at the highest degree. Young lady, you kind of caught a break, kind of caught a bad deal. Your pig kind of gave out on you as the drive went, but you do an awesome job. Your gilt's fit to a T. Her skin and hair looks amazing. One that just maybe wanted to stop and go there towards the end a little more than I would like to see. Young man here does an excellent job as well. He's really got an aggressive approach, and that's how he gets into this place for me. Maybe got a little aggressive, was cutting a little too many people off there at the end as we got down to that top 5, but an excellent job. Does an excellent job getting that thing presented as well. Super highly presented one here that maybe just started to wear out on the young man. Just maybe started to get a little slower in his gait, and one that just kind of got a little more challenging to drive as the drive went on. Young lady here just maybe a little more stop and go than I'd like to see as we got into that top end, but man, your gilt is fit to a T, not a hair out of place, doing an excellent job as well. Same goes for this young lady, just not as smooth as some of these others, maybe not as comfortable in her posture out here, but does an excellent job getting that thing presented in terms of skin and hair. Little guy here coming next does an excellent job when he gets going. You catch him out here maybe wandering a little bit as the drive was progressing. Young man here, you do an excellent job too. Same goes for you. Just takes you a little while to get to going and get comfortable out here, but once you do, I like your style, I like your posture, your pig skin and hair looks great. Young lady here maybe gets a little aggressive for me at times to time, but one that's very fit, very fresh, does a good job controlling. Maybe just like to see a little less whip from time to time. Really impressed with that set of intermediates. That was super, super hard.
Our grand champion intermediate showman is Baker Krupicka from Lincoln County. Our reserve champion intermediate showman is Trevin Miloshek from Saunders County. In third, Riker Kellums from Cass County. In fourth, Allie Ritter from Cumming County. And in fifth, Blake Day from Buffalo County. We would like to have our grand champion intermediate showman report to the banner in the southeast corner of the show ring for some pictures. We're starting our junior swine showmanship here in the North Show Ring. We have 6 classes of junior swine showmen, followed by our semifinals and championship drives for the showmanship. At the conclusion of our showmanship show, we will be taking a 15-minute break before starting our breeding gilt show.
Going to cut these in half, keep 3 back here, and nothing to take away from these. Maybe just not quite the presentation of the 3 ahead of him. Young man here, I like his attitude out here, his hustle-up attitude that he's got. Pig just doesn't really want to respond to that. Young lady here is just a little slower than I'd like to see. Young man, I'd like to just freshen that thing up in terms of his skin and hair. But a real nice class to start our juniors off with. Let's give them our compliments.
In Class 1, Junior Swine Showmanship, receiving purples, Riley Ritter from Cumming County, Maverick Carruthers from Howard County, and Laura Stitt from Seward County. Receiving blues, Perry Kowalski from Sherman County, Jonathan Pope from Buffalo County, and Brexton Harms from Thayer County.
Another good set of kids. Got good showmen out here. Young man here maybe wanted to get his hand on his pig a little more than I'd like to see as the drive went on. Just like to freshen that one up down there in terms of skin and hair along with this one. Young man's Calico Bear gets a little slow and lethargic out here. Like to see him speed up just a little bit to add a little pizzazz to him. But a nice class here. Let's congratulate them all as we turn into your next heat.
In Class 2, Junior Swine Showmanship, receiving purples, Jolie Divish from Saunders County. Jaden Runge from Platte County. Hatton Dean from Morrill County. And Silas Rauert from Washington County. Receiving blues, Witten Jensen from Garfield County. Emmett Ritter from Cumming County. Jackson Schmidt from Fillmore County. And Hunter Snyder from Red Willow County. We have a cell phone turned in that was in the women's bathroom. If you're missing your cell phone, come to the announcer's stand. If you can unlock it, it's yours.
Without a doubt, the toughest heat today, and still got good showmen all the way through, and I really do mean that. These are a very, very high-quality heat that we come into. I love the way this young man's style and the way he shows. I'd like to freshen that Gilt skin and hair up. One that concerns me, whether she can go the drive a little bit stiffer as the drive went on. Young lady here, I'd like to freshen your pig's skin and hair up as well. Both of them got the basics down. Both of them do an excellent job presenting their pigs, like their style. Just maybe like to change the way their pig's presentation is today. Congratulations. Really nice, really deep, really tough heat.
In Class 3, Junior Swine Showmanship, receiving purples, Tatum Dake from Buffalo County. Gage Creech from Scotts Bluff County. Coy Klug from Platte County, and Blaine Dunklaw from Wayne County. Receiving blues, Halsey Watson from Gage County, and Hudson Schroeder from Cumming County.
Another really good heat and a little more, few more head in this one. Got some really good showmen left out here. Maybe just not got the basics quite as polished up as some of these that I kept back. Let's give them a big hand as we let them on back to the barn.
In Class 4, Junior Swine Showmanship, receiving purples, Avery Ruth from Butler County, Emma Dukes of Jefferson County, Morgan Yonda of Howard County, and Kendall Godekin of Platte County. Receiving blues, Trent Miller of Burke County, Bowen Armnecht of Keith County, Lane Cornelius of Perkins County, and Jackson Stitt of Seward County.
Okay, we're going to keep a pair out of this heat, and I believe this is our last heat, maybe. And there's a good showman out here, maybe just a little less control than I'd like to see in some of these hogs and the way that they're moving out here and the way they're controlling them. Let's give them a big round of applause, though. They're going to get to show again in the Breeding Gilt show or the Market Hog show tomorrow, so go to work on them. One more.
In Class 5, Junior Swine Showmanship, receiving purples, Eve Rauert from Washington County and Jasper Ritter from Cumming County. Receiving blues, Eric Dosey from Hamilton County, Owen Garacki from Johnson County, Eli Beal from Brown Rock, Kepahaw counties, Aubrey Prachel from Saline County, Brinley Kessler from Seward County, and Bree Wells from Valley County.
We're going to keep a pair back in this heat, and the two that just have a little more control to me, and their turnout's smoother. Their control and ring management's just a notch better than the other pair in here. Other pair doing a nice job. The young lady here's got a really fresh Barra. She's doing a good job with. He's a little slower in his pace, so it takes away from his turnout. It's not as smooth and not as just fault-free in terms of his turnout of the pin. And then the young man here, I'd like to see your skin and hair just a notch fresher on that gilt. You got a gilt that's got a little bit of an injury, so she's a notch slower as well. Just takes away from your smoothness out here. Really good four of them, though. Let's give them a round of applause, and we'll pick your champion junior showman here.
We're just about to start our semifinal class of junior swine showmanship. Here, these are the purples from classes 1 through 3 in the north ring. Then we will have our second semifinal for classes 4 through 6 in the south ring, and finish up with our championship drive in the north ring. In Class 6 Junior Swine Showmanship, receiving purples, Kenan Raber from Cass County. Brooke Day from Buffalo County. Receiving blues, Riker Olson from Webster County. And Kristen Peterson from Kearney County. Our judge today is Nick Hofschulte from Miami, Oklahoma. We also want to thank our sponsors, Farm Credit Services of America and Don Peterson.
Really good heat and a lot of good future showmen out here. Just maybe little minute things in terms of control that didn't get him picked for me. Young man with the Duroc does a good job of keeping that Gilt's head up. He kind of quit showing on me there at the end when I didn't pick him right off the bat. But a really good job to all these kids. Maybe just a pig not cooperating with them as well as they'd like, or one thing or another, but let's give them all a round of applause, and we'll go over here and pick your semifinal out of this bunch.
We're going to start our semifinal for classes 4 through 6 in the South Show Ring. We're going to follow that by our Junior Showman Championship drive in the North Ring. And then we're going to take a 15-minute break between the end of the Showmanship show and the Breed and Gilt show.
Another really good set of them, like we've said the whole time, and really impressed with your guys' showman and the ability that they have at the highest degree here. A young lady coming out just kind of grabbed that thing's tail, took away from his turnout. Probably doesn't have just quite the control. Young man here in front of me here, that pig wants to stop and go when he gets into traffic, really wants to stop and just like to see a little more control, a little more comfortability out here. Young lady here, same goes with you. When you get into a little bit of a ruckus out here and some traffic, you kind of want to stop and stammer, but do a really good job on your turnout. Just maybe like to get you a little more comfortable out here with your gilt. Let's give them all a round of applause, and we'll pick your champion junior showman here.
Our Junior Showman Championship drive is going to take place here in the North Show Ring. after which we're going to take a 15-minute break before we start the breeding gilt show. We'd like to thank our sponsors for today's Showmanship show, Farm Credit Services of America and Don Peterson. Without them, we couldn't provide these students with this opportunity.
Another really impressive drive. Let's give these juniors a big round of applause. An excellent job driving some hogs out here. And this is my top three, and I think these three kind of rise to the top, and just for their ability to control their pigs out here and have an effortless turn and really get it done driving. I think there's one of them that's just been a little more consistent. He means business out here all the time. Every time I look at him, he's got his game face on, and he's really good in terms of turning that hog and transitioning big round circles. Young man here is going to be our champion. From there, it's a little tighter. I think there's another one that just is a little more my speed in terms of pace. Maybe just didn't have as much stop and go as the other young lady. Young man, you're going to be second today. Excellent job. Young lady here's got a super fresh and fit red Baron, kind of there through the middle of the drive. Wanted to let him get his head down and kind of just quit showing as hard as she was right off the bat. But a pig there that maybe is just giving out on her a little bit, kind of quit on her as the drive went on. Same goes with the young lady coming next with the Tamworth Gilt there. That Gilt kind of wanted to fight her a shot and really hurt her in terms of her turns and how effortless they were. A Gilt that just kind of wore down. She had to start getting on the whip pretty hard there at the end. That's why she ended up 4 today. Young lady here, I'd like to just freshen that pig's skin and hair up to get you up any higher, but you two kind of want to drift off a little from time to time as the drive went on, but you do a great job in terms of your composure. Love your posture. Love your intensity out here. Maybe just like to keep it throughout the entire drive. Young man here coming out does a good job just in terms of presenting his pig and getting him good and fresh and fit today. One that maybe just had a little less observation to me when I told him to go take a pin in semifinals. I had to tell him 2 or 3 times, and it kind of stuck with me. But one there that maybe wants to overuse his whip every now and then. Same goes for the young lady right here. Super fresh, super well presented. Maybe gets just a little aggressive for me in the way that she stares me down from time to time, but I'd rather have it that than the other way. But just maybe just, personal preference in your posture and stuff. But that's a really good, fresh and fit, well-presented pig. The young lady here just had a little hard time. That Gilt wanted to stop and go on her a little too much for me, especially when she'd go to make a turn. Same goes for this young lady. Like to have that thing going just the same speed all the time, more of the time than not. Just a Gilt that kind of wants to get out of the ring and fight her. And same goes here. We got a little fighting on these. Thought they were maybe just a little less aggressive than the ones that were ahead of them, but do an excellent job getting their pig presented. My hat's off to all of you. Super impressed with your entire showmanship drive today. Really looking forward to getting into these Gilts. Congratulations.
Our grand champion junior showman is Coy Klug from Platte County. Our reserve champion junior showman is Kenan Raber from Cass County. We are now going to take a 15-minute break before we start our 4-H breeding gilt show. We will start our breeding gilt show at approximately 4:36 p.m. In our 4-H junior showman, in third place is Tatum Dakey from Buffalo County. Emma Dukes from Jefferson County in fourth place, and fifth place Morgan Yonda from Howard County. Congratulations to all the showmen. we have some paperwork that we forgot to hand out for our top 5 senior and intermediate showmen. Can you have someone from one of your families come up to the announcer's table to pick up a pink form for the top 5 senior and intermediate showmen? Welcome, everybody, to the 2025 Nebraska State Fair 4-H Breeding Gilt Show. We're going to start putting pigs in these pens and get this thing started. As we get started, I want to announce that our judge is Nick Hofschulte from Miami, Oklahoma. Nick has vast experience in judging in shows in county, state, and national areas, as well as works at a family operation, Hofschulte Genetics, and is the co-owner of Primo Feeds. Our superintendents of the hog show today are Julie Schultz from Pierce County, Rhonda Herrick from Franklin County, and Michaela Blender from Furnace County. We're going to start off our breeding show with our Berkshire Gilts. We have two classes of Berkshire Gilts. We're going to show our first class in the South Ring, the second class in the North Ring, and then finish up with our championship drive of Berkshires in the same ring, the North Ring. .4-H swine exhibitors, you received a business card as you left the ring one of the times. It's got a QR code on it. If you fill out that little survey and then get it stamped, then you can go and get a free ice cream. To get that stamped, you either take that to the 4-H office or you come see Deb Van Overbeek here in the ring, and she can get that stamped for you for free ice cream.
2 purples,
Okay.
2 blues.
2 purples and 2 blues.
Right here. Really nice class of Berkshire Gilts to start our show with, show off with your State Fair breeding gilt show. And there's a pair of them that's got give and take. I think the young man I start with here has got the little more heavy structured type of a gilt. Mainly as she comes at me, I find her a notch bolder through her chest and square in her knee. Really like her rib shape, like her hip length, and the way that she sets down on all 4 feet. I think there's just quite a bit more gilt there than the gilt that we have in 2. The gilt in 2 is a little more youthful about her look. She is a gilt that's a notch neater out of her neck from her shoulder forward. I didn't find quite the rear leg size, maybe not quite, just the openness to that one's knee and chest, but a gilt there I think that's very youthful, very fresh, like her when you get up on top of her in terms of the shape out of the back side of her blade. Young lady that ends up in 3's got the heaviest structured one in class. Really heavy bone, really big arm, got a big rear leg working in her. With that, she's the plainest in her muscle. But more importantly, as she comes and goes, I just want to spread her through her chest and her knee and spread her out through her hip and her hock as she goes away from me. That's a really big, broody type of gilt. It's got a good underline, got good vulva shape, really big, heavy structure type of gilt. Gilt we in with here got worked up coming in here. Just need more to her all the way through her skeleton to move her up any higher. Congratulations. Nice way to start off these breeding gilts.
Attention in the barns. The following vehicle will be towed from in front of the fire hydrant if not moved within the next 10 minutes. Gray Ford Escape, license 20-AD16. Again, a gray Ford Escape, license 20-AD16. You need to move immediately or you will be towed.
In Class 1 purebred Berkshire Gilts, receiving purple, Sam Siegfried from Red Willow County, and Trampus Carr from Lincoln County. Receiving blues, Laura Stitt from Seward County, and Gage Cavan from Saunders County.
Really nice class here. In our second class of Berkshires, we got quality all the way through, and I think the combination gilt in the class, the young man on the far side, really gives you a good balanced look from the side and just has a notch more cubic inches in her as we compare to our second place gilt. I think her main advantage lies as she drives directly at me. She's a notch more bolder through her chest and through her blade, and then when you get on top of her, she's got a more correct curve to her forerib. As we study her right there in her heart and her chest, a gilt there I too think just has a notch more give to her hock joint when you get in and study her rear third, and just plants and pushes a little more comfortably off that hind leg. The gilt second's the one I prefer in terms of her design from the side. I like her head shape a notch more than the gilt that wins. I thought she was a little bit frailer in terms of her front foot and her front arm, and as she comes at me, she wants to get a notch flatter through her chest and the base of her knee there, but a gilt that gives you an awesome picture from the side. Really good underlying gilt. Maybe not quite as just comfortable and athletic off of that rear too. Young man that we end with there is one that's really heavy muscled, got a lot of genuine natural shape and bone. Just like to reconstruct her off of her rear too to move her up any higher, but a really nice, stout, powerful type of gilt there to be in 3. Congratulations to all 3 of you kids.
In Class 2, purebred Berkshire Gilts. Receiving purples, Leighton Schroeder from Cumming County, Emma Ott from York County, and Hatton Dean from Morrill County. We have going on in the north ring our championship drive for purebred Berkshire Gilts.
We bring our 2 class winners out here. There's one of them that just balances up a little better in her lines, really good in terms of her chest and at the ground. Young man out of the last class is going to be our champion. Congratulations to him. We bring our second place gilt out. Love this gilt's design. Her lines on top and bottom. Really has a high quality head on the end of a good neck there. Not quite as opened up as our champion. Not quite as big bodied. Probably not as heavy structured. But man, you can't deny her look from the profile. She's my second favorite. Congratulations. We bring our third out in that class, a pig that's got really natural shape out of her back and a really heavy structured type of a gilt. You know, her hind leg concerns me, the way it's constructed, the way she utilizes it out here. I think there's another gilt that's just a little more comfortable, a little more feminine in her look. Young man out of the first class, you're going to be third overall.
In our purebred Berkshire Gilt drive, Leighton Schroeder is our champion Berkshire Gilt. Our reserve champion, Emma Ott, and our third place shown by Sam Siegfried. in Class 3 purebred Chester White Gilt being shown in the South Ring right now. We only have one class, so we will have a champion and reserve out of this class.
Little more challenging class here for your champion Chester, but I think the soundest one is the one I'm going to start with. And I know she's not the biggest and widest and most powerful, but her hip and hind leg is the most unique in terms of what we have to work with out here. Really like her length of hip and her added flexibility out of her hock and her rear foot. A gilt there that gives you a good look and balances up pretty good when you study her from the side. From there, young man here in the center of the ring is going to be our reserve. A gilt that I really do like in terms of her lines. When you get off the side of her, she's just a shot straighter in her blade when you study her, the way that she moves out of that front end. Then when we get off into her rump, it's a notch shorter than I would like to see. I like to see her looser in that hock joint and just a little more natural when I get in behind her. One that's just pushing a little the limits in terms of east and west in the way she utilizes that hind leg. Same goes for the one that ends up in 3 here. Really a big, massive, stout type of gilt that just a little more challenged in her movement off of both ends. For me, her front foot are hurting her a little bit. Then her rear leg just needs to be longer in terms of its reach and its flex. But a gilt that just gets a little radical when I get behind her in terms of her roundness. I'd like to make her more natural in terms of her muscle pattern, but a nice gilt as well. The young lady's done a good job to this point. Really a freaky type gilt here that's really big-legged, one that gets a little wrinkly there in her transitions, one that is really challenged in terms of the way she's going from behind when I get in behind her. But the young man's done a great job getting her to us fresh and fit looking. I just like to make her sounder off of her rear too. Same goes for the young lady that ends the class, a really high-quality type of gilt that's got some width and some substance and some muscle. I just got to make her a notch sounder out of those rear two, a notch stronger in her back in terms of her lines. Nice class. Congratulations to you, Trester exhibitors.
Our champion purebred Chester White Gilt is shown by Hatton Dean of Morrill County. Our reserve champion shown by Aiden Velasco from Odo County. In third place, Halsey Watson from Gage County. Also receiving purples, Diego Velasco of Odo County and Riley Steinhoff of Odo County.
Nice place to start in our first class of red gilts. This young lady's red gilt here is one that does so pretty handily. Gilt that's very fresh in terms of her back shape. Gilt that's really, really good in terms of her bone and her way that she patterns from this profile, like her width and her dimension as she comes and goes. From there, you've got some judging to do. I think the gilt that ends up in second, she's got a notch more to her. A gilt there that comes at me with more chest and more genuine shape and boldness. A gilt that you'd like to change as she get right in behind her in terms of her squareness of hock, but one there I think that just got more roll to her cage. She's more opened up through her chest, got more real muscle laid into her than the gilt that ends in three. Gilt in three, very fresh and fit. Young lady's done an excellent job getting her to this point. She's got her looking right. Love her flexibility she offers and her side view presence. It's this view right here. I just got to put more into her, right at her knee and her chest. Then when you get down and study her bone, it's pretty round and fragile there on her rear leg. But I do like her added length of hip and her flexibility off of her hock. Gilt we just got to put a lot more into. Congratulations to all three of you. Nice way to start off these reds.
In Class 4 purebred Duroc Gilts, receiving purples, Gemma Clement from Saunders County, Breeley Mosser from Thurston County, and Brooke Luchtenhaus from Saunders County.
Real nice Gilt to start with in this class and does so pretty handily. Gilt that just puts a lot of good things together. In terms of her flexibility and her ability to have some power and look out here, one that went to the one hole pretty quick for me. The young man that comes out next has got one that's real rugged in her build and really got a good, stout, feminine head laid into her there. Real big forearms. She's not as good and impressive when you get over the top of her in terms of her mid-body and her full rib. She's not as correct when you get off from the side of her in terms of her hip length and her tallness of shoulder. Doesn't quite pattern as well as our class winner when you get off the side of her. Really a loose-structured, long-hipped Gilt that gets out and covers the ring good here in 3. She's got some natural shape to her. We just got to make her a shot more fleshy to get up in that top pair. She gets a little raw in that rear third of her body and makes her transition wrinkle there. Gilt that's not as heavy structured. She's not as good in terms of her chest and her knee. But a Gilt I thought had a more correct hind leg laid into her than the Gilt that comes out here in 4. Really, really fleshy, really fresh, very well presented Gilt here. Just got to make her square as we get in behind her. If we can do that, she could move up into the top end of the class for sure. Young man's got one that's very fresh, very well presented. Thought she gave up quite a bit in terms of just overall stoutness at the ground, in terms of her foot and her bone. Gets too frail for me in terms of that bone work to move her up any higher. Then we end with a pair of them. Just need more to them. I thought the Gilt in 6 was sounder than the one in 7. All these kids doing an excellent job. Let's give them a round of applause.
In Class 5, purebred Duroc Gilts, receiving purples, Hadley Dunklaw from Wayne County, Maverick Carruthers from Howard County, and Isaac Snyder from Frontier County. Also receiving purple, Caden Cisco from Odo County. Receiving blues, Wyatt Moat from Gage County, Eric Dosey from Hamilton County, and Jamison Prince from Buffalo County.
little more challenging of a class here than the last one, but I think if you just take a little time and study them at the ground and the way they're built, the young man here needs to win this class, and one that comes at you really good and gives you a good balanced look from the side. I'll be the first to admit I'd like to give her more rear leg bone to make her proportion better, but a gilt that's really sound in terms of the set to her hind leg. She's good and bold chested. She's long rumped. A gilt that's fresh in her presentation. I think she just gets around and is the best structured from top to bottom of anything that we have in this class. The really bold one up top is the one that comes in 2, and I like her look in terms of uniqueness as well as anything. She's not as opened up at her knee as she drives right at me, but mainly when I get behind her, she gets awfully round in her bone work, and I just like to see her flex that hock more appropriately and get out and go. Gets pretty tight in that upper hip. If we could do that, she wins the class easy. Young man coming next is one that I really like from the side. I love her coming at me. She's really big armed, real big footed. Can't get over her view when I get in behind her. We got to square up in that regard. If we do, she wins the class. But unfortunately, her hind leg's not good enough in terms of squareness for me. The young man coming next got a really fault-free, good balance type of a gilt here. Thought she was the most plain in her muscle shape. When she leaves me right there, I'd like to give her more power in her lower part of her stifle. I'd like to stouten her up too in her bone work, but a gilt there that's got a great presence from the side. He does an excellent job getting her presented. Gilt we end with here, just one that needs a little more time to come on and develop. Gets pretty hard in that rib and flatten her design. Just like to give her more width and structure all the way through. Congratulations, nice class of red gilts there.
In Class 6, purebred Duroc gilts, receiving purples, Jagger Phillips from Seward County, Jaden Runge from Platte County, and Baker Krupika from Lincoln County. Also receiving purples, Carson Miller from Burke County, and Natalie DeWispelaire from Butler County. We are now in our championship drive for purebred Duroc gilt here in the North Show Ring. After that, we'll switch over to our South Show Ring to do purebred Hampshire gilts.
We get our 3 class winners out here, and I'm very pleased with them. Hogs that balance up and come and go with some width and dimension and still have some bone to them. I think there's one that's just a little ahead of the rest in terms of her bone, in terms of her structure, and just in terms of her density. Young lady out of the first class is going to be our champion. We bring the second out of that class. Big, bold, heavy-muscled gilt. It's got to be better as I get in behind her to come into play for reserve. I think there's another one out here that fits our champion a little more correctly in terms of her density. One that's not quite as heavy structured as our champion, but man, she's fun to look at from the side. She's got some shape and some muscle. Young lady out of class 2. Congratulations. We get in here for your 3rd overall in the Duroc breed, and there's one that's just a little more comfortable, a little more correct in her design from the profile in terms of her pattern. Young man out of the last class, congratulations, you're going to be 3rd overall.
Our champion purebred Duroc Gilt, shown by Gemma Clement of Saunders County. Our reserve champion, shown by Hadley Dunklaw from Wayne County. And in third place, Jagger Phillips from Seward County. Our sponsors for our breeding show today include Nebraska Pork Producers, Beatty Genetics, and Kevin Watovic Show Pigs. You get a chance, thank our sponsors.
Really got a nice gilt that we're going to make our champion Hampshire gilt, and I think does so very easily. A young lady that comes out here, and one that's just the best in terms of her balance and her kind and the way that she gets around the ring. She is the heaviest structured in this class and still gets around the best. Just a nice place to start. Young lady with the squealer is going to be reserve, and a gilt there that has some good to her. She's very wide structured. A gilt that's kind of giving her some fits, but I think that's a gilt that's got a great body cavity laid into her. Really like her openness to her forerib and her mid-body. She's not as heavy structured as our champion. She's not as good in terms of the flexibility off of her rear too, but a gilt that's got a lot of quality from the side, a lot of density laid into that gilt. The young lady that ends up third overall is one that I just wish we could give her a notch more bone. A gilt that's really good doing type of a gilt. It's got some body, some freshness to her. Gets pretty frail in terms of her feature of her face. Gets pretty frail in terms of her arm and her front foot. Nice gilt that comes out next, really loose-eared, loose-structured type of gilt. It's got some forearm. Gets pretty flat and narrow when you study her coming and going when you get over the top of her. But a gilt that you got to appreciate for her looseness of structure and her length of hip. Real nice class here. Let's just give them all purples. All doing a good job here. The color thing always messes me up here, but we don't do that where I'm from, but that's perfectly fine. Everybody doing a great job. I think on the top side of this deal is where it gets close. I think there's one that's a little more opened up, a little more impressive when you get over the top of her in terms of her blade shape and her back shape. Young man 1394 is going to have our champion. Let's congratulate him. Reserve's going to be the young man here with the darker colored gilt. And the gilt, I really like her design. A gilt that's very balanced from the profile. She's got a great rib cage laid into her. I didn't find her quite as opened up as she comes right directly at me. Her chine's up a little bit when you study her over her blade. But a gilt, I think, is just so much more structurally correct, so much more in tune on her hind leg and her front leg than the gilt that ends up third overall. The gilt that's third overall, Hereford, one that's very heavy structured. She's the heaviest structure in the class, one that gets out at her elbow as she comes at me. Consequently, when she goes away, she does the same thing. But a gilt I just like to square up and that rear leg, particularly to move her up any higher today. Young man that we end with here doing a good job there, just one that gets a little outpowered in terms of muscle and bone, but a nice gilt that really gets around the ring with ease. Congratulations to all you Hereford exhibitors. Nice class.
In Class 8, purebred Hereford Gilts, our champion, shown by Caleb Hackbart of Saline County. Our reserve champion, shown by Witten Jensen of Garfield County. In third place, Halsey Watson of Gage County. Also receiving purple, Eric Dosey of Hamilton County.
Just have a trio of Polands to pick from. The young lady here in front of me is going to have her champion. Congratulations to her. Really nice, big body type of gilt that's got some muscle. Young man here to my right is going to have a reserve, a gilt that's not quite as heavy structured as our champion, not as impressive when you get over the top of her, but really sound and fluid. The young man that we end with here has got a nice gilt that just needs more width and structure. Congratulations.
In Class 9, purebred Poland China Gilt, our champion, shown by Braxton May of Hamilton County. Our reserve champion, shown by Devin Dosey of Hamilton County. And our third place, shown by Brexton Harms of Thayer County.
Nice class of spots to start our spot off with, and I think the young lady in the white bow needs to win this class pretty handily. A gilt that comes out here and balances better than anything and just handles her feet and legs the most appropriately. The young man that has the gilt in 2 is a nice gilt in terms of her body dimension, really good in terms of her pattern from the side. She's not as loose in her rear joint in terms of her hock and her pastern. She's not as high quality about her head and her neck. But a gilt there, I think, that's just so much more correct than the gilt that comes in 3. Really fresh, big muscle gilt that comes in 3. She's got to be sounder off both ends of her skeleton to get up in the top pair. Gilt that comes next gives up a lot in terms of width and dimension as we compare her back to the contemporaries ahead of her. A gilt there that just gets a notch more rounder about her rump, gets a little tighter in that hock joint in terms of the way she handles that. But a gilt there that does have a notch more width and dimension and just real muscle in her than the gilt that comes in 5. Gilt that comes in 5, super sound and loose-footed, loose-jointed. With that, we give up a ton of width and a lot of real muscle. A gilt I just like to spread in terms of how she comes and goes, give her more shape up in her back. Same goes for the gilt in 6. Real sound, fluid type of gilt, just needs more width and dimension.
In Class 10, purebred spotted gilts. Receiving purples, Halsey Watson of Gage County. Trey Cook of Kimball Banner County. Emma Dukes of Jefferson County. Receiving blues, Braxton May of Hamilton County. Eric Dosey of Hamilton County. And Devin Dosey of Hamilton County.
Just a pair of them in this last class, and a pair that's kind of different in terms of their type and kind. One of them's a little agey and one of them's a little fresher, but I think just the more unique one in terms of her balance and look is the young man on the far side. We're going to start with her. A gilt there that's very good in terms of her balance. I really like the length of hip and the length of step that she offers. One that needs to be freshened up for me. The gilt that comes into 2 is a gilt that is a notch fresher when you get over the top of her. With that, she's pretty frail and refined about her bone, about her front foot and her rear foot as well. But a nice gilt there. The young lady's done a good job with getting her to this point. Congratulations. We'll pick your champion now at this point.
In Class 11, purebred spotted gilt, receiving purples, Kale Foster of Douglas Sarpy County and Audrey Zemek of Merritt County. We are going to select a champion purebred spotted gilt here in the South Show Ring. And then we're going to move to the Tamworths in the North Show Ring.
We bring our 2 class winners out, both similar in type and kind in terms of the way they're built from the profile. Young ladies is quite a bit fresher and more on point today. Congratulations, you're going to have our champion. Bring our second place out of that class. A gilt I like a great deal for body dimension and body shape. Gilt that gets a notch shorter off both ends of her skeleton. I think the one that closely follows our champion in terms of type and kind is the young man out of the last class. He's going to be reserve. Bring the second out of the last class in. A gilt I'd like to just give a notch more structure to in terms of her bone and her foot, but a gilt that's got a great deal of shape in her back. Probably doesn't pattern as good as our gilt out of the first class. The young man's going to have our third overall.
Our purebred spotted gilt champion shown by Halsey Watson of Gage County, our reserve champion, Cale Foster of Douglas Sarpy County, and our in third place, Trey Cook of Kimball Banner County.
The young lady on the far side is going to be our champion, Tamworth Gilt. And I think a gilt that's kind of a combination of the other two. One that's got some real muscle into her. She satisfies me as well as anything in terms of her rib cage and her rib shape. A gilt that comes at you good and square. A gilt that's still good in terms of her freshness. Young lady here is going to have our reserve, and it's kind of pick your poison for reserve and third. I think this gilt's just a notch heavier structured. She's a notch deeper and rounder in her body. But a gilt that gives up quite a bit in terms of look out of her front end
that are in lot
and just
C
actual
without
shape
a proper
in terms of her back.
permit. If you are driving a white GMC pickup with license 65634F or a black Dodge Ram pickup with license 49-692B, you need to move your vehicle immediately or it will be towed. Again, if you have a white GMC pickup, license 65-634F, or a black Dodge Ram pickup with the license plate of 49-692B, you need to move your vehicle immediately or it will be towed. You do not have the proper tag to be parked out there.
Yeah, get them dang vehicles moved. Anyway, the gilt that ends up in 3 is a gilt the young lady's done an excellent job with. Very fresh, very fit. She does a great job getting her drove. I thought she was probably the flattest in her body and probably the most in at her knee as she drives right at me. But I do like her shape. I do like her presentation is to the utmost effect. But a gilt there that just gets a little longer, a little flatter compared to those top 2. Real nice trio. Let's give them all around and hope that they move those vehicles.
In Class 12, purebred Tamworth Gilts, our champion is shown by Morgan Yonda of Howard County, our reserve champion, Emma Dukes of Jefferson County, and our third place shown by Tinley Spees of Howard County. We're moving here to the South Show Ring for our purebred Yorkshire Gilts, and we'll follow that up by the start of our crossbred breeding Gilts in the North Show Ring.
Well, we turned up the heat a little in these Yorkshires. We got a really good pair to talk on the top end, and a young man here in the center, 1082, is going to have our champion, I believe. Only got one class. Really got an elite, just tie-in look from the profile. Proportions extremely well. One there that just comes and goes with great width and dimension, and still gives you that good round rib that we're trying to lay into him. With that kind of look ahead of her blade, really stands out. The young man that ends up in reserves, one that's got a high-quality gilt as well, really stout in terms of her feature and her forehead and her head. Really good in terms of her forearm. She's not as impressive when you get over the top of her in terms of her roll to her forerib and center body. I don't think she's quite as good in terms of her squareness from hip hock to ground. When you get in behind her, that's a gilt there that's really hard to make in the Yorkshire breed in terms of her added heavy-duty skeleton that she brings to the table. Just runs into a class with the Hornet on top. Young lady that comes in 3 is one that's another gilt that's got a lot of quality to her, really tall-shouldered, neat pattern type of gilt. Gets pretty flat when we compare her to those top 2 in terms of her rib design, in terms of her overall structural width, but a gilt there that the young lady's done an excellent job with. Young lady coming next here has got a gilt that's got some stoutness, some real muscle into her. She's a gilt that's most restricted, most challenged in her movement at the surface. That's why she ends in 4 today, but a nice gilt there. Congratulations.
In Class 13, our champion purebred Yorkshire Gilt is shown by Brecken Hirschfeld of York County. Our reserve champion shown by Colin Nabuda of Cumming County. And in third place, Hadley Carruthers from Howard County. Also receiving purple in that class, Ellie Siegfried of Red Willow County. Our judge for our 4-H Breeding Gilt show today is Nick Hofschulte from Miami, Oklahoma. Our sponsors today are Nebraska pork producers, Beatty Genetics, and Kevin Watovic Show Pigs. For the Breeding Gilt show families, if you are heading home after this show and you have cleaned up your pens, you will want to reassemble those in the same fashion which you found them so that they can use them later in the fair. So if you changed the orientation of the pens, put those back together the way you found them when you got here.
Got a real nice gilt to start our crossbred gilt show off with. This young lady in this glittery bow here has got a really nice gilt. Love her stoutness that she brings to the table. Love her good and square build from front to rear. A gilt that still gives you a good shape in terms of her back. A gilt that's tall-shouldered, and just really love the way she utilizes her hip and hind legs. She really flexes, plants, pushes, and drives off that rear leg. Shows you your bottom of your foot, really opens good at that dew claw on the base of her foot. From there, you've got some judges to do. I think the young man's here is going to be second, a gilt that's just a notch heavier structure than the gilt in 3. I really like her body dimension that she brings to the table. Probably like her transition from her blade to her neck and into her head a notch better than the gilt that ends into 3. A gilt I'd like to square up when I get right in behind her in terms of her hock placement. But a gilt there that just gives you so much in terms of dimension and bone and stoutness. I think she needs to be up in this top pair. The gilt that comes in 3 is a gilt that's super good in terms of her build coming and going. The angle to her shoulder is really good. The squareness and length to her rump is really good. A gilt that gets a notch flatter about her rib. A gilt there that's probably not just quite as heavy structured as the 1 and 2, but I think she is more correct in her structure than the gilt that comes out in 4. The gilt that comes in 4, a notch more forward in her blade pitch, a notch more out there in terms of her rear leg, a notch more refined about her face, but a gilt 2 that I just like to give her a notch more roundness to that rib design in terms of her forerib and her heart, but one that's very, very well presented. The young lady done a great job getting her to this point.
In Class 14, Crossbred Breeding Gilts, receiving purples, Jaden Runge from Platte County, Trampus Carr from Lincoln County, Trey Cook from Kimball Banner County, and Blaine Dunklaw from Wayne County.
Really nice top trio in this class and a logical place to start. And this Calico Gilt really gives you a great high quality look, extra bone and feature, and still good and square as she comes and goes. From there, it's a little toss and turn up. I think the Gilt here, the black-headed one, just offers me a little more look ahead of her blade, a notch more bone when you study her in her arm and her rear leg, but I prefer her view as she leaves me just a shot more appropriate than the Gilt that comes into 3. The Gilt in 3, I like her rib design. She's a notch fresher about her skin and her presentation, one that just gets a little more ordinary about her face and her front end in terms of her head and her throat hookup. But a Gilt there, I just want to make sounder and looser in her lower rear joints, make her more athletic out of those rear two as we study her going away. The young man coming next here, if you want to move him up a spot, I wouldn't argue with you, but a Gilt there that just falls out of bed in terms of maybe just that quality of those top 3. A Gilt there that gets a little longer and lower set, takes away from her proportionality, but a Gilt that's got real muscle. She's got good width and good bone. Like I said, we just like to pattern her up, make her a notch more appropriate in terms of her proportions. The young lady's black Gilt, really good look. For me, she gets too snaky. She's a notch too flat, a notch too long and narrow about her head for me, and I'd just like to give her more bone and substance at the ground in terms of her foot and her arm and her rear leg. Young man coming out next got one that's really dense, really big muscled. I think there's just a notch more to this pig than the 2 that are behind him. Young lady coming out next got a really good pattern, really good design type of Gilt. For me, she just got to have more width and more turn to that rib, but more importantly, more power as she goes right away in terms of her hip and her lower stifle. Young lady we end with's got a real heavy bone blue Gilt, just needs to be square and sounder off those rear 2. Congratulations, nice class of crossbred Gilts there.
In class 15, crossbred breeding Gilts, receiving purples, Emma Ott from York County, Trampus Carr from Lincoln County, Cameron Haas from Box Butte County, receiving blues, Raya Lavick from Butler County, Trevin Stuke from Saline County, Kaylee Minnick from Webster County, Jalen McDermott from Perkins County, and Bryce Garacki from Johnson County. Exhibitors that are participating in the Pharaoh and owned competition, we will be doing that part of this show after class 21 of the crossbred breeding gilts. So for those of you who have breeding gilts to show in that competition, you'll be bringing those gilts up to the North Ring at that time. And then all exhibitors participating in the cohort should come to the ring at that time as well, because we will be announcing the winners of the interview. So again, the Pharaoh and owned will take place after class 21 of the crossbred breeding gilts.
Nice trio here in this class. A really nice class winner. I think one that has to go ahead and win, and just one that's really opened up, really dense. Gilt that's got a good look from the profile in terms of her proportions and pattern. You know, she's every bit as wide as you want one when you get in behind her, but just in terms of quality and look and density, that's the one that has to win this class. From there, it's pretty close, and I think the young man here just does a little better job of getting this thing in gear and getting her out here where we can look at her. Really a tall-fronted, elevated type of gilt that's got a good shape out the backside of her blade. She's more broad when you get over the top of her and into the center of her than the gilt that's in 3. She's not as correct out of her shoulder as our class winner in terms of the pitch to her blade. She's not as long out back as our class winner. That's why she gets in the 2-hole today. Young man in 3, you've got a really nice gilt. I'd like to see you kind of catch a gear and get this thing moving, but a gilt there that does balance really well. She's got some foot. She's got some bone. When you get up on top of her, she wants to close up a notch more. Just like to see her more opened up right behind her blade and in her blade. And that's where the gilt at 4 does precede her in terms of her shape up high. This gilt just gets a little stilty for me, especially off those rear 2. She's got that tail thing going on, which takes away from her look. For me, she was a notch frailer in terms of her forearm and her foot and her rear leg than the gilt that was ahead of her. But I love her freshness over this gilt that comes next. This gilt here is one that's really stout in her feature, really big in terms of her arm. We've got to get more body and center into that gilt. One that's probably not 8 since she's got to the fair, not done the right things. Young man's done a good job getting her to this point. Just like to see her fuller and fresher in that body. This is a gilt here that's done well. She's got some body. She's got some dimension. Gets a little more ordinary about her look. She's not quite as stout in terms of her feature and her bone work and her foot. Study her at the ground. She gets pretty frail. Quite a bit more to her than the gilt that comes out next. Just got to get more real muscle into her. Same goes for the one we end with. Like to see more width and muscle.
In Class 16, Crossbred breeding gilts, receiving purples, Bristol Wolsey from Seward County, Cullen Schmidt from Fillmore County, Barrett Harms from Thayer County, Baker Beamer from Wayne County, and Isaiah Rowert from Washington County. Receiving blues, Braxton May from Hamilton County, Braxton May from Hamilton County, and Olivia Beal from Brown Rock, Kepahaw counties.
Well, a really nice pair in this class and a nice top four in this class. We got quality all the way through. I think there's differences on the top and just kind of personal preference. There's one that's a little more impressive through her center, a little bigger armed and a little bigger rear leg. Young man with this mass face gilt is going to be our class winner. Congratulations. I think a gilt there that's just super dense and opened up as she comes and goes. She does have the advantage in her arm size and her forerib shape and her center body dimension. I think that's how she goes ahead and wins this class for me. The one that has the edge in terms of look out fronts, a gilt that comes into two, really high quality look about her. She gets pretty frail when you compare her to the class winner, especially up there through her front arm and her front foot. Then you study her on that rear leg, and it's not quite as big, but a gilt there that is deceiving. She's so good looking, and you think one that may be closed up as she comes, but she really comes with the punch. Just thought she got outpowered in just terms of her internal dimension and her rear leg and front leg bone. But a gilt there that I think just does have a notch higher quality skeleton than the gilt that comes next. A gilt here that does give you a lot of dimension up top. She's probably the most impressive in terms of her shape up high when you get right into the middle of her back there. A gilt that when I study her up there through that front end and just her knee and her arm, she's the smallest and the smallest footed. When you study her from that arm down to the ground, it gets smaller. A gilt there, I just like to give her a shot bigger foundation, especially on her front foot. Same goes for the gilt that comes next. A gilt there that's awesome from the profile. She's super fresh and fit. A gilt that's just got an excellent, excellent look. Thought she was the flattest and the most shapeliest, the least shapeliest when I study her of those top four, when I get right on top of her. And then when you study her bone work, one that just needs a shot more as we study her compared to those ones ahead of her. This is a real nice fault-free gilt, this blue belted gilt that comes next. It's really elevated, heavy structured type of gilt. She just gets outpowered by those ones ahead of her in terms of width and dimension. But a gilt, I think, super good in terms of her structural build. That's why she gets over this gilt next. The gilt next just needs to be wider constructed all the way through, but a gilt that is so good patterned and so good in her lines and her rear leg, I thought she needed to be over the gilt that comes next. It's a gilt that does have more muscle. With that, she's the most challenged in her movement of those top seven. A gilt that does have really good shape. A gilt that just gets too far forward in her blade, too outside herself in her elbow. Then we end with a pair that just need a notch more freshness and width and muscle. Congratulations, really nice class, really nice top end in that particular class.
In Class 17, crossbred breeding gilts, receiving purples, Anthony Haas of Box Butte County, Ryder Brabitz of Saunders County, Josie Beck of Nance County, Caden Cisco of Odo County, Baker Beamer of Wayne County, Jagger Phillips of Seward County, Barrett Nadlinsky of Perkins County, receiving blues, Madden Harms of Thayer County, and Hudson Schmidt of Harlan County.
Little more challenging of a class, but we've got quality all the way through here. I'm not saying they're not good. They're just not, maybe not one that really stands out. But for me, the one that has the added nod in terms of just real muscle and bone is the young lady here in the center of the ring. Really like this pig's balance from the profile as well. Really working with a big forearm and rear leg. Got some shape in her back. Handles the ring relatively well. A nice place to start. From there, it's a kind of give and take. I just chose the more correct one in terms of her rear leg to go in second. A gilt there that does function a notch better out of her hip and her hock. A gilt that's a little better in her underline, a little more appropriate in her vulva shape than the gilt that comes in 3. The gilt in 3, I love her from her flank forward. She's really fresh and shapely in her back. Got a big forearm working in her. Help that upturned vulva that I'd like to change. But more importantly, I'd make her longer out back and just more acceptable in terms of the way she handles that hock joint. But I think there's just a lot more to her than the belted gilt that comes next, the blue belted one. I do like this gilt a lot. I like some things about her in terms of her length, the proportions from the profile, her width and dimension coming and going. Her front end is where I have an issue. She wants to get her front feet out in front of her shoulder, doesn't let her and allow her to get out here and move as comfortably out of that front end. But that's a gilt that's got some dimension and some shape and some width to her. We just got to make her sounder on her front end. The gilt that comes next, I think, is really fresh, really bold in terms of her center and her back shape. A gilt that gives up a lot just in terms of bone and foot when you study her right at the ground. But I thought her look and just kind was a notch better than this gilt coming next. You can work with a lot in this gilt that's coming next if you want to breed on her. Really heavy structured, really loose structured. Gets pretty common about her head and her ear set. It takes away from her look. If we give her a notch better look ahead of her shoulder, we like her a lot better because I like her bone and her shape and her feet and legs. Nice gilt here that just kind of gets out power in terms of muscle and genuine shape, but really got a good set of feet and legs. Same goes with the young man that ends. Got quality look, just needs more bone and power in terms of muscle. But a nice class there all the way through. Let's congratulate those kids.
In Class 18, receiving purple ribbons, Briley Mosser from Thurston County, Amelia Heller from Cumming County, Kylie Hackbart from Saline County, Landon Johnson from Kearney County, Blake Day from Buffalo County, Eve Rowert from Washington County, Reese Harms from Thayer County, and Hunter Snyder from Frontier County.
Real nice place to start, and this young man's chromed up Gilt here. She's going to win this class. So got the right kind of head shape and look out front. Really got a good, bold, ripped up back in her. Good in terms of her flexibility and go. Nice place to start. I think the young man here in second is the one that's really, really good in terms of her lines from top and bottom. A Gilt that proportions and patterns extremely well. She doesn't have the real muscle, doesn't have the stoutness of feature of our class winner, but a really nice Gilt that's super maternal. I think one that just gets a little outpowered when we start comparing her to our class winner. Same goes for the Gilt that ends up in 3. Super sound-footed, super flexible, really heavy structured type of Gilt. We'd like to give her more real muscle, especially when you get over the top of her and study that back shape. But that's a really good built hog from the ground. Got a great set of feet and legs. And I think that's how she goes ahead and beats this blue Gilt that ends up in 4. It's just for her ability to get out and be an athlete. Really like the Gilt, the blue Gilt here in terms of her tallness of shoulder and her openness of blade. She definitely has more real muscle than the Gilt that's in 3. If you can get past her hind legs, she probably moves up a spot or 2, but that one for me just gets too short out back. Needs to be more flexible and more athletic out of that hock joint. Same goes for dark blue here. Wants to get a little snap, crackle, pop off those rear 2. Just like to see her more athletic, more loose in that hock joint, square as she goes away from me. Move her up any higher. Nice blue Gilt here that comes next. It's just really no holes, but gets pretty ordinary about her look. Gets pretty refined about her bone and her face. Just like to see more natural width and muscle in that pig. Same goes for the blue-eyed one here. Got to make her stouter at the ground and in her bone for me. Then we end with a pair of them that got some problems just in terms of the way they go. I thought this Gilt coming next was a notch sounder. I just like to make her stouter on her rear leg. Nice Gilt. The young lady's done an excellent job getting her to this point. It's just unfortunate she's dealing with that injury from behind. Can't get past that today, but a nice class there. Congratulations to all you exhibitors.
In Class 19 Crossbred Breeding Gilts, receiving purples, Colin Nabuda of Cumming County, Cruz Sims of Sherman County, Silas Rowert of Washington County, Halsey Watson of Gage County, Eliza Divish of Saunders County, Miles Babcock of Custer County, Jolie Clement of Saunders County, Lane Welch of Frontier County, and Lydia Donahue of Saunders County.
We have 2 vehicles that need to be moved from lot 3C in the back of the barns here. If you are driving a black GMC Acadia with the license number 49C102, you need to move immediately or you will be towed. Also, there is a black Dodge Ram 49-692B. Again, the black Acadia, license plate, Howard County, C102, black Dodge Ram, Howard County, 692B. You need to move your vehicle now.
Nice pair at the top of this class in terms of quality of look. I think the Gilt that starts this class just a little more appropriate when I get right in behind her in terms of the way that she's built from hip hock to ground. You get on top of her, and that is one round, big, bold, full rib, a Gilt there that's got a good set of feet and legs in terms of the way her shoulders laid in her, where her front foot hits the ground. I just find her a notch better built from top to bottom than the Gilt that ends in second. The Gilt in second is super good in terms of her look. She grabs your attention right out of the bat. I love the quality of head and neck that she brings to the table. Super heavy structured Gilt. I don't find her quite as square and quite as comfortable when I get right in behind her and study that hock joint and the way that she flexes and goes off of that hock. Needs to be better for me to let her win this class. But a Gilt that's just so much stouter in terms of her bone work, so much stouter in terms of her feet and her legs than the Gilt that comes into 3. The Gilt in 3 is a Gilt I think will make a really good sow for this young man if he decides to keep her. She's got a great underline, a really good job. Got a really good underline, a great vulva laid into her there. A Gilt that's really good in terms of the build that she has at the ground, but she gives up a lot just in terms of bone and foot when we study her at the ground. But a Gilt a lot of boars could work on for sure. Young lady coming next, this blue-eyed Gilt's really far-reaching. I love her pattern from the profile. If we can fix her hind legs, she can win the class. We get in behind her, and, man, she just gets too out there, really extreme in terms of her width from behind. But I like her as well as anything in terms of her pattern and her build. Like I said, we just got to fix her there. That's a big no-no for me. We got to make her more natural, make her more correct in terms of her hock set and her hip usage. Really nice Gilt coming next. The young lady's done a great job with her. Gets a little flatter in her rib design, gets a little more complicated in the way that she handles those rear two. Just one that I'd like to spread when I get on top of her to go along with that mass that she has down low. But a Gilt there that mainly just needs to drive more comfortably out of that hock joint. Good job. Nice Gilt here. It's got a lot of muscle, got a lot of width. Got to be sounder out of those rear two as well. And then we end with the pair of them. We just like to make fresher, make them a notch stouter and bolder. But a nice class there. Let's give them all a big round of applause. We move on to your next class, Crossbred Gilts.
As we move on to our last class of Crossbred Gilts, you will want to know that we're going to do the Pharaoh and Owned in between that and naming a Crossbred champion. So after this Class 21 in the North Ring, we're going to have our Pharaoh and Owned. In Class 20, receiving purples, Carson Haas of Box Butte County, Cannon Molina of Platte County, Miles Babcock of Custer County, Alexis Warner of Washington County, Larissa Vaughn of Antelope County. Receiving blues, Trenton Divish of Saunders County, Brody Lane of Douglas Sarpy County, and Owen Garacki of Johnson County.
a nice class to end on, and there's some different ways you can go, I think, in this top three, but for me, the one that just stays the freshest and the neatest in terms of her build and profile, I think the one that's got the most quality out here is the young man here that I used to start this class. I think one that's very good in terms of her feet and leg placement. You get on top of her, and she's still got quite a bit of density there to her center. You know, she comes at me just good enough. I'd like to see her just pack a little more punch as she comes right directly at me. But that one is so good looking and so good on her feet and legs, and really got some spread to her center, got some spread as she leaves you. I think she's just quite a bit more high end of a look than the Gilt that comes in 3 in terms of that neck and shoulder and head hookup. A Gilt there that comes into 2nd that does have more shape when you get right in the backside of her blade and through her mid-body. In terms of that back shape, just genuine muscle. She's the most impressive in the class. As she comes at me, she wants to point her front toes together, get a little awkward in the way that she moves out of that front end. But more importantly, she just doesn't paint as cool and high end of a picture as that Gilt that wins. But I still think she's got quite a bit more to her just from front to end than the Gilt that comes into 3. Gilt that comes into 3, just maybe a little past her prime, and probably all 3 of those Gilts are, but this one's probably showing it the worst. One that's getting a little agey up through her head. She's a little blander in terms of her shape than those other 2 ahead of her, but that's a really good pattern Gilt that's got a lot of quality, really good underline, good vulva shape, got a good hind leg set. I think she's just got more body dimension than this Gilt that comes next. Gilt that comes next, really, really impressive in terms of her edge and her shape up top. Gets a little coarser in the top of her neck. Gets a little coarser about her face. But the main reason why she lands into 4 for me today, she's just a notch drier about her body and her rear flank and that lower third. But I thought she had quite a bit more just substance of bone and foot than the Gilt that comes next. The Gilt that comes next, I pin right off the bat because she is super impressive as she comes right directly at you. She's really impressive in terms of her back shape and her shape out the backside of her blade. A Gilt there that's the frailest of those top 5, though. The most complicated in her movement out of her front end in terms of her front feet. But that's a Gilt. The young lady's done an excellent job getting her to this kind of weight and keeping her that fresh. Another nice Gilt coming next that just needs to go better at the ground, to be more organized in the way that hip and that hock hooks up. But a nice Gilt there. Young man that we end with here, another nice Gilt that just needs to be sounder off those rear 2. Congratulations to all of you. Nice Crossbred Gilt show.
In Class 21, Crossbred Breeding Gilts, receiving purples, Briggs Klug from Platte County, Kendall Godekin from Platte County, Leah Hartman from Dodge County, Emerson Pagels from Burt County, Bristol Woolsey from Seward County, receiving blues, Raya Lavick from Butler County, and Trenton Divish from Saunders County. We are going to go ahead and move into our Pharaoh to own section of this show here in the North Show Ring. The Nebraska 4-H Pharaoh to own swine cohort is designed to enhance the traditional 4-H swine project and cultivate the next generation of leaders in the swine industry by providing opportunities focusing on swine production as a goal of the 4-H members project, along with the accurate and complete record keeping, industry knowledge, and engagement by the 4-H member. In order to participate, the youth must be 4-H age of 10 to 18 years old, complete YQCA, and Pharaoh their own project animals. Youth involved in the cohort participated in learning opportunities hosted by Extension Swine Specialist Benny Moat about nutrition, biosecurity, meat science, economics, and more. They also maintain records related to swine management and basic care, which resulted in turning in a record book this weekend. Finally, they exhibited their Pharaoh and owned project animals at the 2025 Nebraska State Fair with the opportunity for special recognition for participating in the cohort. The following youth met the requirements of participating in 75% of the educational meetings from February to June and participating in the interview portion of the cohort this weekend. As your name is called, come out into the ring to receive your recognition and participating in the 2025 cohort. We're going to do that after we do a live portion of this show for the breeding gilts.
Well, this is a really cool deal that you guys do, this Pharaoh known deal. Let's give these kids a round of applause, all that participated in this this competition here. It's not easy to raise show pigs these days, and these kids put the extra effort into it to raise their own hogs and bring them to the state fair and compete in this competition. It's really close out here. I think there's one, though, that needs to go ahead and be named your champion. Extra elevated and opened up, and good through her center body. Congratulate the young man with that crossbred. He's going to be your champion. We drop that crossbred out, and one that gets in the mix. I think the next most stout and rugged one that's got some doability to her. The young man's Chester is going to be reserved. Congratulations.
In the live portion of our breeding gilt show for the Pharaoh to own, our first place is Colin Schmidt. Our second place is Aiden Velasco. And third place is Diego Velasco. All right. As I call your name, please come out to the center of the ring to receive your recognition participating in the 2025 cohort. Olivia Beal. Eli Beal. Devin Dosey. Eric Dosey. Emma Dukes. Kristen Nocky. Kirsten. Violet Noose. Eli Ritter. Allie Ritter. Emmett Ritter. Colin Schmidt. Jackson Schmidt. Tinley Spees. Riley Steinhoff. Aiden Velasco. Diego Velasco. Congratulations to all these exhibitors. This is quite a feat to do all of these things and get all of this done. Congratulations. At this time, we will recognize the top 3 cohort members in the senior and intermediate divisions with the interview portion of the cohort. Receiving 3rd place is Eric Dosey from Hamilton County. Receiving 2nd place is Diego Velasco from Otoe County. And receiving 1st place is Devin Dosey from Hamilton County. Let's give one big round of applause for all of these young people that are in the Pharaoh to Own cohort. Thank you again for the sponsors of the Pharaoh to Own, Parks Companies. We are now going to finish up our breeding show. Please, if you are had a 1st or 2nd purple in the Crossbred breeding gilts classes, please make your way to the North Show Ring. Do I want 3rd purple as well for this Crossbred? Let's make that a 1st, 2nd, and 3rd purples for the Crossbred classes. Please make your way to the North Show Ring for the selection of the champion Crossbred gilt. We will follow that with the selection of the overall breeding gilt in the South Show Ring. So if you are a champion or reserve in the purebred classes, please make your way, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, please make your way to the South Show Ring.
Can you announce in the barn they have till 7:30 to report changes to the market show program to the swine office?
If you have any changes to the market show program, you have until 7 p.m. to make that report to the livestock office. So if you have any changes to the market show program, please make your way to the livestock office and make that report. Here in the north ring, we are selecting our champion crossbred breeding gilt. And we're going to follow that with the selection of an overall champion breeding gilt in the South Show Ring. Our judge today is Nick Hofschulte from Miami, Oklahoma. Our sponsors today for the breeding show include Nebraska Pork Producers, Beatty Genetics, and Kevin Watovic Show Pigs.
Well, it's been a good crossbred gilt show, and there's been quality all the way through it, and really had some standouts that we end up with out here to pick your champion crossbred gilt from, and maybe not just one that you can stand out here and pound your chest on and say, hey, this one wins, and I'll fight you over it. But I think there is one out here that's probably the freshest, probably the most ready to rumble today. Got good head shape, got a good blade, good back shape. Just super, super fresh and ready to roll. Young man's chromed up gilt's going to be our champion. Bring the second out of that class, a really good silhouette type of a female that's got good lines and covers the ring very comfortably. Gets a little blander about her shape, gets a little more closed up underneath. I think there's another one out here. It's got a really, really high-end look. Probably not as edged up as our champion, but man, she's got an awesome view from this profile. Really big hind leg laid into her. Young man with this big gilt here is going to be our reserve.
In our crossbred selection for champion crossbred breeding gilt, our champion is Colin Nabuda from Cumming County. Our reserve champion is Briggs Klug from Platte County. In third place, Emma Ott from York County. I'll call your attention to the South Show Ring, where we're going to begin selection of our overall breeding gilt for today's show. Our champion Berkshire Gilt was shown by Leighton Schroeder of Cumming County. Our champion Chester Gilt was shown by Dean Hatton of Morrow County. Our champion Duroc Gilt was shown by Gemma Clement of Saunders County. Our champion Hampshire Gilt was shown by Jaden Runge of Platte County. Our champion Tamworth was shown by Morgan Yonda of Howard County. Our champion Hereford was shown by Caleb Hackbart of Saline County. Our champion Poland China was shown by Braxton May of Hamilton County. Our champion Spot was shown by Halsey Watson of Gage County. Our champion Yorkshire was shown by Brecken Hirschfeld of York County. And our champion Crossbred was shown by Colin Nabuda of Cumming County.
Hey, let's put our hands together for these kids and let them know what you think about them, Nebraska. Really high quality gilt show, and really impressed with the champions that we have out here. Before that we pick our champion, why don't we put our hands together one more time for the crew that makes this show possible. You guys have got an awesome facility here, and a really well-ran place, and really good to these kids, and that's for sure what it's all about. I think it's close as we get out here and compare a couple of them. I think there's one that's just a little longer off both ends of her skeleton, a little heavier structured. Yeah, man with the crossbred. Congratulations.
Our reserve champion Crossbred Gilt was showed by Briggs Klug of Platte County.
Bring our reserve cross out, and that one just paints such a good picture from the profile. An extra long rump, extra long step out of those rear two. That's my second favorite. Congratulations, young man. Bring our third overall crossbred out, and one that's got a lot of miles left in her, just really, really good in terms of her bone and structure and look. And there's another one out here that really hit me hard in breed, maybe a little shorter in her step, but man, she's so unique for this breed. Extra, extra good look, extra sharp in terms of her front end and stoutness. Young man with the Yorkshire is going to be our third overall.
Our reserve champion is Briggs Klug of Platte County, showing his crossbred Gilt. our third place overall is Brecken Hirschfeld from York, showing a Yorkshire Gilt.
Bring the reserve York out. Really stout, structured individual. Gets a little flatter maybe in a rib shape out here, but another one that brings some quality to the table. My next favorite Gilt is one that's super heavy structured, really good in terms of her hip and her hind leg. Young Ladies Durock's going to be number 4.
Fourth place overall, showing a Durock Gilt, Gemma Clement of Saunders County.
Fifth overall is one I think's got an excellent future ahead of her. You know, maybe not the biggest one we've seen today, but super, super high and deep in quality. Young Ladies Crossbred, congratulations. You're going to be 5.
Fifth place overall, showing a Crossbred Gilt, Emma Ott of York County. This concludes our 4-H Breeding Gilt Show for 2025. We will start. Make sure you look at the market program to make any changes, and to do that promptly right now, and make sure that there's no changes for tomorrow.